Meetings. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. Silo. Good morning, Mr. Mpofu.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Today
Let's finalize the greetings first.
Yes. Oh, you're still doing the greetings, my apologies.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and colleagues. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that the Chair has realized that Mr. Mpofu has decided to join us this morning as part of General Sinona's legal team. So previously, Ms. Talk, Advocate Talk, was addressing you, so I take it will be.
I whispered to Ms. Talk outside that you decided to reinforce today.
An instruction, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning, SC.
Perhaps, Chair, before we start...
Because there has been, a lot of time has elapsed, yes. I think we should do the oath again. And I think you are starting on something else anyway. Did you take an oath or did you affirm? I've forgotten now.
Good morning, Commissioners. I took an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. General, there may be a number of files around you. For the moment, I would ask that you don't bother yourself with them, as and when they become relevant during the course of your testimony, I shall duly direct you there. What I need you to have before you is a file marked your name, supplementary statement, and annexures. Do you have that?
Correct, Commissioners.
If we could then open that file and confirm that you have filed a further supplementary statement for purposes of your testimony before the Commission, and that appears from pages 1 to 11. And do you so confirm?
Correct, Commissioners.
And if you turn to page 11 of that statement, there is a signature and it's dated the 2nd of June 2026. You confirm that that is your signature?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement and that you stand by what's stated therein?
Correct, Commissioners. As
part of your statement, you have an annexure LS1. It appears from page 12. And you have referenced this particular annexure in your supplementary statement, and these are specific responses, or these are your responses to specific questions posed to you in the Regulation 10.6 notice. Do you confirm?
Correct, Commissioners.
For purposes of the record, then, I suggest that your supplementary statement be considered as both the freestanding statement and the specific responses to questions. Would that work for you?
Correct, Commissioners.
We are then would be ready to turn to your statement, starting at page 1. And as is tradition in this commission, when there is a statement, the witness has an opportunity to have, quote-unquote, free time to speak to and summarize the content of that particular document. However, Commissioners, during breakfast this morning before we started, and in my engagement with General Sinona and his legal team, Advocate Mpofu had expressed a desire to address you And perhaps this might be an opportunity for him to do so through you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you very much, Advocate Silo and Chairperson and Commissioners. Yes, mine is not going to be long, Chair. My remit was really to place on the record certain concerns, shall we say, which have been expressed by the General, which we wanted to put up front, and so that his evidence could be seen in context, because these are issues that may arise from time to time, or which might hamper the flow of his evidence. And we would like those issues have been specifically instructed to put them on the record for consideration by this forum or any other forum, should it become ever relevant, and so that we're not accused of raising those issues at a particular time, maybe because there are certain adverse findings or something. These are concerns that we raise, even if they will be favorable or neutral or adverse findings. Chair, what I will do is, so that we don't waste time, I'll just really do a high-level presentation of these issues. If the Commission would like us to present later a more detailed outline of the same issues, then we will be happy to do so. But for now, I don't want to get into much the minutiae. But the first issue, Chair, is maybe I should just say that the general heading really of all what I'm saying is concerns regarding what the General feels has been unfair treatment by the Commission. And that is on the basis that the Commission is enjoined to treat witnesses and everyone fairly. And I think that's common cause. Nobody can quibble with that. So the first of those topics then is the serial refusal by the Commission to furnish information upon request. And again, we are happy to furnish the detail and the chronology, the blow-by-blow of we wrote this letter, we got this nonchalant response, or no response at all, or an unreasonable response. There are many examples of that, but that's the broad area of concern. In fact, without getting into much detail, one of those responses was something like, well, you don't have to know what other people have said about you, just say what you know, kind of thing. And it would be hard to believe that that is a policy of this Commission. Because, as we know, people have a right of reply. That's one of the most fundamental rights under the broad rubric of Audi Alteram Partem. And in our view, that's why the Commission is populated by legally trained people all around, so that those trite issues of fairness can be observed. The second issue is related to the first one, which is this issue of right of reply. There are various. We understand the difference between, being called here on specific accusations and therefore being entitled to the documentation, and being asked to assist the Commission and all that. We're not dealing with this at that technical level. But whichever category one falls in, they surely have a right to, at the minimum, to face their accusers, to use the colloquial expression. And facing your accusers doesn't mean literally facing them. It just means knowing what it is that's going to be said, which you might have to respond to. The next issue, which is the third in my list, is that one of the things we have been asked to do is to ensure that there will be no straying outside of the subpoena that has brought us here and the specific issues that are raised there. And that's probably related to what might be the next issue, so I might as well raise it in combination, Chair, just to save time, which is the feeling of the General and us that the issues that he has been asked to deal with have actually been dealt with in his first appearance here. We might be wrong about this, but on our unscientific analysis, he's probably been the witness who has been called back more than anyone else to come back here, despite the fact that he testified for 3 days in January. And
there's a witness that testified for 8 days, Mr.
Yeah.
The days may have been consecutive, I'm not sure, but it was still 8
they
days,
were.
so far more than the General has.
No, Chair, I don't want to be nitpicking. No, ours is not about the number of days so much than the toing and froing and being called and then called back and then called back. But I take your point, Chair. So if we don't have the gold medal in that, we'll probably have the silver. So we're still on the point.
Mr. Mpofu, can you just repeat the fourth point?
The fourth point.
Yes.
The fourth point is I was saying I'm merging it with the third point. That was about repetitive questions. Yeah. So it's if you like, it might be a subset of the third point. It covers Commissioner Baloyi. It covers two issues. One is my original statement that the issue of the break-in, theft, whatever you call it, in Port Shepstone was, as you might remember, I think it was the last topic for his January testimony, and it was covered extensively. The result of that is that you will find that when you read the statement that was identified by my colleague, Ms. Silo, which is LS1, that's where we respond to the specific questionnaire. You'll find that maybe on more than, if there are 10 questions, and I think there are more than that, there are about 15, but more than 50% or even 60% of those questions, you'll find that we actually just the answer is to refer you back to the transcript on many occasions. And that's because the same thing that was asked then is being asked now. And we don't understand why that same information has to be solicited at great expense for the second time, because it doesn't change. And that's why we literally quoted. It was not out of disrespect, but we just quote exactly verbatim what was said before. We do take the point, of course, that since he testified, there has been further evidence around the same issues. So not quibbling with that. But the issue is that it's quite oppressive to the General to have to repeat himself. And then maybe the one issue, maybe let me start, I'll come to this one last. Related to this issue of repetition or covering the same ground is an issue which, to the naked eye might not seem important, but it is the expenses to which the General is subjected because of what he might perceive to be repetition of the same ground. You would appreciate, Commissioners, Chairperson and Commissioners, that every time he has to come here, or every time he has to deal with a subpoena or a set, and then there's even an instance where the subpoena was literally exactly the same as the one that had been given last year. And then we pointed that out, and there was duly an apology. Well, maybe not in, maybe I'm putting it too strongly, but the Commission said, no, sorry, that was a mistake. Here's the correct one. Yeah. But that mistake means that he has now to consult on that wrong document, and when it's discovered that it's the wrong document, a letter has to be written, and then the apology, which we accept, is issued. But that doesn't change the discomfort or inconvenience. And that's just one example. And therefore, it's a very costly exercise. I haven't done the count, but my learned friend, Ms. Talk, assures me that the general has had to be doing this toing and froing about 6 times now, or that this is his 6th appearance. And I'm sure that also includes the times when he didn't actually testify. And I know it also includes the time when the legal representative was not feeling well. So I'm not piling all of that onto the Commission. I'm simply saying that it's quite an expensive exercise. Now, the last point, which is quite worrying, is, I'll call it, for lack of a better word, the issue of relevance. And this is an issue which the General feels very strongly about, and I hope it will be taken in the spirit in which it was intended. We're not objecting in the sense of saying he's not going to assist, because he's very willing to assist the Commission, and he will just now do so. But he just wants for it to be known that he's doing so under some serious protest. What do we mean by relevance? The view which we hold with respect is that the Commission is, shall we say, legally confined to the terms of reference and its mandate. And I don't have to motivate that to the people that I'm addressing. Everyone would accept that at face value. But what is the relevance of that to my address? It is the fact that, and this is also related to the fear that they might be straying outside of the questionnaire. Our understanding, Chairperson, is that this commission is not some surrogate disciplinary committee of the police, where we have to interrogate whether this one or that one is a good policeman or a bad policewoman, or in the general sense, in the HR sense of the word. But those issues might be relevant, of course, to the core mandate of the Commission, which is criminality, interference, and all that is defined in the terms of reference. That we concede. But surely there's a line between that sometimes inevitable overlap and actually focusing as if this is a beauty parade about who's the better manager or a kind of performance assessment. So that's the issue. To the extent that the performance or lack of performance might be relevant, and maybe I should interpose, almost arguing against myself, but by saying we accept implicitly that, let's take this issue about this theft. The Commission is entitled, of course, to say, we have to probe whether this theft was a matter of sheer incompetence or criminality. That we accept. But there's a difference between that, as I say, inevitable overlap, and then simply going on for days with a witness like the general about, why did you not follow this prescript or that prescript? Well, he didn't, but is that relevant to the terms of reference, or might that show that he could have been a better manager? So it's that kind of it's not a bright line, but that we accept, but we are concerned about
Just
that.
to point out, Mr. Mpofu,
Yes.
in the terms of reference, they say we must look at acts or omissions, and
Yes.
whether acts or omissions may have contributed.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
to the extent that conduct constitutes an omission,
Uh-huh.
we would have to look into that. And
No.
I'm not debating it, I'm just pointing that
No,
out.
I accept that, Commissioner Kumala. I accept that. I would never quibble with that. I accept that in the process of probing, let's say the disappearance of this bottle, you might say, well, I omitted to take it during the tea time. I accept that. The commission or omission, like in criminal law, you can be liable for a positive act or an omission. That I accept. I'm making a different point, which is that in the probing of the commissions or omissions, the feeling that we have, particularly from this last round of questionnaire, is that the focus is more on, wouldn't it have been better to go to Isping or to go to Port Shepstone and so on? And we accept that that might be relevant. But that's not the core mandate of the Commission, to put it crudely, as to whether it would have been advisable to drive on the N2 or to take another route. That may be relevant in the ultimate question, as to whether the taking of the other route was a corrupt act or to go and meet some gangsters or whatever. We accept that. But in and of itself, whether they took this route or that route, really has got absolutely nothing to do with the Commission. It might have something to do with some performance assessment panel of the police as to whether, so-and-so is a good manager or a bad manager. I think it's that nuance. But I accept that that's why I was saying there's no bright line. The mission is not to confine or straitjacket the Commission. Obviously, the mandate is wide, but we should all be careful not to overdo the performance assessment. Yes, those are the issues that we wanted to raise. And as I say, there are specifics. We have a detailed chronology, for example, of the correspondence between the Commission and my attorneys. I don't want to get into those kinds of specifics for now. I think as long as I've highlighted the areas of concern. And by the way, some of these are raised in the general statement, in the main body of the statement, not the Q&A part. Thank you. I'm indebted to the Commission for the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I perhaps will not address every issue raised by Mr. Mpofu for two reasons. One, some of these issues will be elaborated upon by the General himself because they form part of his statement. So perhaps that might be at the appropriate time to engage with them. But secondly, because to some extent, Mr. Mpofu takes issue with the processes of the Commission and the relevance of what the Commission is pursuing insofar as this particular witness is concerned. I can put up an argument as to why we consider the witness relevant, but perhaps as a general point, that would be best placed with the commissioners to engage with. So if I don't address everything, I want to effectively put on record that it's not due to a lack of answer on my part, but I choose to limit my answer on the two bases. However, there are certain things that I believe I must address because this would be strictly within the knowledge of the evidence leaders and not necessarily the commissioners. The first complaint is a serial refusal to produce documents. I would like to place on record that the general, even in his statement, does not make such an allegation. There is not a single document that the evidence leaders have been required to produce and have failed to produce. To the extent that there might be oversight on my part personally on that, I would be happy to be directed there too, and I'll try and establish why that is the case. The only issue that the general raises in his supplementary statement are documents relating to the testimony, I think of, I'll get the ranks wrong, I apologize, it's Colonel Prinsloo and another. And he claims these were provided to him 2 days before his statement was due. When General Sinona's appearance was postponed the last time, these issues were specifically dealt with when my learned friend, Ms. Talca, addressed the commission. And it was highlighted that precisely those documents were provided on the basis of a request from General Sinona. The request came in that week, and by the 29th, the documents were provided. So it becomes challenging for me to appreciate exactly which documents we are said to have refused to produce on a serial basis. And commissioners, I dare say that there is none. Secondly, and once again, General Sinona will address these issues. I do know that Mr. Mpofu says they appreciate the distinction between what we would term a Rule 3.5 notice and a Regulation 10.6. But my understanding of, and I put this in inverted commas, of his, and by his I mean the expanded definition, plural, complaints seems to blur the distinction between the two. If one has regard to General Sinona's statement, his complaints stem largely from a view that we have failed to serve him with a Rule 3.5 notices. And these are notices that we issue based on testimony that is received and evidenced by the Commission, on the basis of which we conclude that it would appear somebody is implicated. The witnesses he references, in our understanding, and I do accept that our understanding may very well have been wrong, have not implicated General Sinona. Those witnesses have testified to what they know about the facts that they were called upon to testify on. There may be a difference in response to the same question, in that General Sinona would have given a different response. But that does not in itself imply that he's implicated. So technically, it would sound like, and again, I'm subject to correction, that there is an invitation that we issue Rule 3.5 notices, because each time General Sinona's name is mentioned by the witnesses who have appeared before you, that constitutes implication. Not in our view, not in the manner that that term is dealt with in the rules. Once a witness is implicated, we are under obligation to issue a Rule 3.5 to bring that to their attention and to afford that person the opportunity to deal with the implication. We have found none, and no Rule 3.5 notices have been issued. What instead has been issued is a Regulation 10.6, which, once again, is a document that is generated by evidence leaders based on the evidence and testimony before the Commission, where we believe in terms of the regulations and the rules, that a specific person may be able to shed more light. In that context, specific questions are posed to the potential witness and they are invited to answer. So it becomes a challenge when we are confronted with an allegation that we do not afford witnesses, in particular General Sinona, the right of reply. His right of reply, as I understand, would arise where he is implicated. Where he is not implicated, his right of reply does not arise. In any event, on a proper reading of the rules, any witness who believes that they may be of assistance to the Commission, either by providing a contrary position or testimony, is entitled to make application. So to the extent that it is considered that we have failed to issue Rule 3.5 notices, which I contend it's not correct, none was due to General Sinona on our assessment, then it was still open to General Sinona and his team to apply, to testify on those matters. Thirdly, and most importantly, notwithstanding the fact that General Sinona has specified which witnesses implicated him, one, in his supplementary statement, he has failed to articulate that implication, the extent thereof. And secondly, has failed to take opportunity to deal with that which he considers to be an implication. Now, I understand, and I think we all do, the basic legal principle of everyone's right to face their accusers. I'm just at a loss with who in this context are the accusers. There are no accusers to General Sinona. Lastly, it is important to bear in mind that General Sinona was scheduled to appear on the 8th of May, 2026. He was part of the DPCI KZN management. From the management of Port Shepstone, DPCI, Colonel Prinsloo and them, to Brigadier Newswa, his direct reportee, and eventually himself, the one person who's responsible for DPCI KZN. That was the stream that was scheduled to start from on the 8th. Together with that were the people who were involved in the actual seizure and subsequent storage of the drugs. We are here today on the 19th of June, 6 weeks later, in part, due to General Sinona's own application to postpone his testimony, firstly from the 8th of May, up until the 1st of June. He presented himself on the 1st of June. Due to the Commission's own scheduling challenges, he had to be stood down to the 5th of June. Came the 5th of June, we accepted that his legal representative was indisposed and there was a further extension. So the 6 counts of appearance don't seem to tally with my record. The request that he come only after everybody has testified on the Port Shepstone drug bust presupposes that those witnesses implicate him. And there is no fact that even points to that. He was never intended to be engaged on the matter as an implicated person. The thinking has always been to engage him as head of DPCI KZN, who I assume, perhaps wrongly, at the end of the day would accept that the buck stops with him. So the toing and froing of correspondence has always been to try and clarify this challenge, why General Sinona believes that he can only offer his version of the events and the questions posed after everybody has spoken. There are rules, as I read them, and the regulations do not allow for that. And it is in that context that the response eventually to his attorneys was that they need not worry about what others would potentially say. He is required to address himself to the questions posed both in the Regulation 10.6 and the subpoena, to the extent that he is able to do so. Should another witness come forward after he has testified to contradict him, then that is for the Commission to engage with and to determine whose version is acceptable and on what basis. I don't know how other commissioners intend to deal with this, but to the extent that I properly understood, my colleague, Mr. Mpofu, sounds like he wants assurances that there will be no straying outside the subpoena. I don't know what that means, but I can assure him that subpoenas are issued, Regulation 10.6s are issued, and in the course of engagement with the witnesses, there are issues that arise from the question and answer session. And for lack of a better term, I'll call them offshoots. And I don't know if it is the offshoots that he would deem constitute straying outside the subpoena, but that just might be an issue with my, my understanding. Did the General speak to some of these matters at his previous appearance in January 2026? Yes, he did, and we are truly aware of that. However, since his appearance in 2026, the Commission has been placed in possession of significant documents that are relevant to the issue. Other witnesses have testified and too produced documents before the Commission. And as the head of the KZN DPCI, we believe that it is necessary to engage him based on what has since come to light. I don't see that to be a challenge, and it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, constitute toing and froing. It is assisting this Commission to arrive at a correct factual position as regards matters that fall within its terms of reference. The relevance, we maintain that they are relevant. The rules and the regulations tell us so. At the risk of stating the obvious, amongst other things, what this Commission is mandated to interrogate is whether criminal syndicates, including but not limited to drug cartels, have infiltrated or exerted undue influence over a range of entities, including the SAPs, of which the DPCI is a part. And then to consider the adequacy of current legislation, policies, and institutional arrangements in preventing such infiltration, and then to make recommendations where necessary. I don't understand the contention that where he admits he did not follow prescripts, that is where the issue must die for purposes of the terms of reference for this Commission.
The one I had in mind, Ms. Lowas 3, which says the role of senior SAPS members in aiding or abetting criminal activity, either through act or omission.
I fully agree, and Commissioner Khumalo, thank you. So the challenge I have is what comes across as a position that says, notwithstanding the wording and the wording of the terms of right, the purpose of the Commission, that the head of the institution that was responsible for precisely these drugs cannot be engaged more than once and cannot render assistance to this Commission. And if I recall, our rules require that a witness becomes available and answers the questions to the satisfaction of the Commission. To the extent that the commissioners remain unsatisfied, I submit that it is the commissioners are entitled to recall a witness to assist them in determining the correct factual position. I do not believe, as Mr. Mpofu suggests, that this Commission is attempting, as he says, to be a surrogate disciplinary process or committee of the police. On the contrary, and particularly on the basis that Commissioner Khumalo highlights, the role of senior officials in SAPS, including KZN, remains a pivotal question before this Commission and must be answered. And the only person who can answer precisely those questions are those who are deemed to be senior officials within SAPS. It's not a performance assessment, but there will be interrogation about the knowledge, the application, and approval of conduct by the head of the KZN DPCI of members that resort under his authority. And that engagement must be had to understand, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, whether it was, he says, whether it's incompetence or it's deliberate. To answer that question, we must first understand what the understanding was, the appreciation for applicable prescripts and the like, to enable the commissioners to make a determination as to exactly what transpired. An interesting point was made by Mr. Mpofu, where he states that it is unnecessary to recall the general, particularly where he admits that he didn't follow prescripts. I'm not aware of such an admission. I'm not aware of him so admitting in his first statement, during his first appearance in January, in the supplementary statement, nor in the responses to Regulation 10.6. I see Mr. Mpofu vigorously shaking his head, so I take it that he means I completely misunderstood him. I'll take that the misunderstanding is mine. But I just wanted to clarify that precisely what the prescripts provide for and the extent to which they were complied is a legitimate conversation to have with the General, and that has not to date been had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sidlo. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll endeavor to be brief. Chair, well, it looks like my learned friend, there's a lot of things that she says she doesn't understand, or she's at a loss, or at sea, or whatever. I'll try my best to assist. Chairperson, we are not, this is not some quibbling about technicalities. We understand very well the difference between 10.6 and 3.5, as I was at pains to point out in my address. But you know, those are just lawyers' things. We are saying that if a person is going to be, if some negative or adverse information is going to be given about me, whether it's under 10.6 or 10.20, doesn't matter. I am entitled to know about that in good time so that I can respond to it. So I don't want to get into legalese here. The issue of the matter is that I think Warrant Officer Sander, Brigadier Newswa, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, and somebody called Witness H. To some extent, maybe the word implicate is too strong, but there's nobody who can genuinely deny that adverse statements were made about the General by those persons. And that's all we're asking for. We're saying if there's going to be adverse information, which might not rise to the levels of implication or whatever to a lawyer's mind, but which is adverse to his interest, he is surely entitled to have that information. Now, we asked for that information just as an example. There's a letter dated the 1st of June 2026 from my attorneys, which I'm using this as an example. I was saying I don't want to get into the minutiae, but the response to that letter comes from a Geraldine Berger from this commission. And I'll just read the first paragraph. With reference to your letter dated 1 June 2026, we wish to remind you that your client and your client that all witnesses are called to testify on their knowledge of any fact. It is important to mention and place on record that their knowledge is not dependent on whether others who testify before them implicate them. I mean, surely that can be true. Your client's statement that was called for through relevant notices cannot in any way be implicated by someone else's version of the truth. This is like an arrogant response. I'm sorry.
What was the nature of the request there?
The request, yes.
On the letter
yes,
of the
again,
1st of June. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. I won't bore you with the whole letter. I'll just pick up one paragraph, just so that you get the gist.
27.
Paragraph 3, sorry.
It's on page 27.
Yes, 27. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Chair, I'll just read one paragraph. I'm sure everyone will then get the gist here. So it says, we refer to the chairperson's ruling on 1 June and so on and so on. Then the paragraph says, equally, we are also instructed to request the statement of Warrant Officer Carl Sender, who in his testimony of 1 June made certain allegations against Major General Sinona. And if I may pause there, that's what we mean when we say made allegations against. As I say, it may or may not rise to the levels of implication in terms of the technical interpretation. And which allegations our client wishes to respond to. Well, if he wishes to respond to, he wishes to respond to. Nobody can take that away from him. Had our client been aware of Warrant Officer Sender's appearance, our client would have requested for copies of his statement and annexures before being excused by the Commission earlier today. That was the first. Our client was made aware by the media that he was implicated in today's proceedings of the Commission. I'm just reading that paragraph as an example. So it was that kind of request. Then there's another one in the next paragraph about Lieutenant Colonel Duma and so on and so on. And then we got the response that I just read out. And then the rest of that letter of the response does what Ms. Melanie from Ms. Silo is just doing about educating us about Regulation 10.6 and 3.5. So you'll see that the last paragraph, to the extent that he may in time be implicated, he shall be duly served with a 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with such implication. Currently, there is a ruling requiring him to file a statement before midnight, and is expected to do so, to abide thereby. There's a veiled threat there that if he doesn't do so, obviously the consequences would follow. So, Chair, I'm really trying to not to make this into a technical issue about the meaning of 3.5 and 10.6 and the word implicated and so on, and not to be technical, as Ms. Silo is rightfully pointed out. Yeah. If we want to go that route, well, we would be happy to do so. And let me, if I don't make one thing clear, let me make this clear. We do not quibble with widening the scope so as to reach the terms of reference, the issues in the terms of reference. Ms. Silo made a good example of that. I thought I had made that concession a long time ago. But what I was saying is this, maybe it's much more nuanced. And that goes to, I think, I almost say General Kumalo, to Commissioner Kumalo's issue as well. Commissioners, if anyone misunderstands me to be saying that the Commission must simply technically just look at the terms of reference and straitjacket themselves to that, that's not what I'm saying. At least two of the commissioners, and Ms. Silo and I, were once in a commission where that was important. Almost every witness was asked about regulation this and regulation that, but it was not an end in itself. It was for the purposes of determining whether whatever the terms of reference of that commission were complied or not. That's really what I'm saying. So let me make a silly example. If we're going to be saying that General Sinona was always coming late at work, right? It might be very interesting and dramatic for television that he came late so 1,000 times. Yeah, but the answer is, well, so what? Because that can only be relevant if, as Commissioner Kumalo says, that was in aid of aiding and abetting and all those things that are in the terms of reference. Then it's clearly relevant. But if it, as an end in itself, that is a serial latecomer, well, who cares? That's the issue about marrying those peripheral issues to the terms of reference. That's really, as I say, maybe it's a more nuanced complaint that we're having. But there it is. We just want to place it on the record. We don't need to agree or disagree with the evidence leaders about it. The last point is this. We all know the legalese about implicating yourself and incriminating yourself. I don't want to go there. But, and that's where I make this issue about HR and distinguishing this commission from that. Let me give you a live example. On the 31st of January, 2 days after the last appearance of the general here, he was served with a disciplinary notice by the police. And it said in so many words, you are being suspended because of what you said at the Madlanga Commission. Just as plain as that. It was not even hidden. So it was a direct, so somebody was sitting in some HR office watching the proceedings here and taking notes, and then they say, okay, now you're being charged. Now, I don't want to get into the legalese about incriminating yourself, but that's just a live example. By the way, that suspension lapsed because in 60 days' time, nothing had happened. We all know, again, of the inappropriately named Madlanga unit in the police.
Let me on record say in so many ways that I objected strongly to that.
I know, rightfully so.
I immediately engaged the National Commissioner, and he agreed that that was named wrongly.
Rightfully so.
But unfortunately, he was suspended before he could do anything. And
yes.
I later engaged the acting National Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. In fact, to be honest...
Even the latest name is still unfortunate because it still has commission in it.
Exactly. But Chair, I accept, just to, in your defense, Chair, I also became aware of it when you raised the objection. And it was a well-timed one because it could have gotten into the minds of the nation wrongly.
It gives the impression that I'm going around arresting people.
Absolutely, or feeding some unit with information. But be that as it may, Chair, and we accept implicitly that is not the case. But clearly, there are people, whether in the inappropriately named unit or whatever its name is, its new name is, or the HR offices of SAPS, who see their task as it's quite laziness, to be honest, as just sitting there here and watching here and then making notes and then pouncing on people. That might be, shall we call it, an inherent danger in proceedings like this. We accept that. But all we're saying is that we shouldn't be playing into that here, in whatever way. Yeah. I think that's, let me just check my notes, Chair. Yes. The point about the repetitive nature of the questioning is not a feeble point. My learned colleague, Ms. Silo, says, I'm quoting her verbatim, the commission has since been placed into possession, since he was here in January, has since been placed into possession of further information on what has since come to light. In the same breath, she's at a loss as to what we're complaining about. This is what we're complaining about. If the commission has been placed into possession of further information, and that has necessitated for him to be called, then we should be placed in the same possession with the greatest respect. That's this. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to understand that. That all we're saying is that, yes, we accept that some new things might have come to light. They might necessitate him being recalled. But what's wrong with placing us in the same position as the Commission in respect of those new things that have since come to light, so that we are in a position to assist you. That can be so difficult to understand. And yeah, I don't want to get into this thing about the backstops with him, quite frankly, doesn't doesn't make the cut. Because it doesn't work like that. We know that he was the head in KZN. But how far do you take this proverbial back, Then it means this commission should only have two witnesses, the minister and the national commissioner, or the president, because the buck stops with them. I understand that there's a hierarchy and maybe other small bucks along the way. But it can't be that simply because I'm overall in charge, then I'm expected to know every little detail about every room in subs in the whole country. Surely that's not what the backstops here means.
On your penultimate point, Mr. Mpofu, about Ms. Silo's submission that the general must respond to questions or testify today because the Commission has since been placed in possession of new information. On that, and you then say that it is exactly because of that the general must also be placed in possession of that information. You did give, or rather refer to the one example from the letter. As we sit here now, are you in a position to itemize the information that the general has not been furnished with? I'm asking that so as to see whether engagements between you and Ms. Silo cannot resolve
the issue.
Resolve that issue. Yes.
Chair, yes, we are in such a position, but again, I'm at pains to say that we don't want to delay the testimony. We simply want to qualify so that if we get to a stage where the general, for example, says, I can't answer that because I'm being ambushed or I'm hearing about it for the first time, then at least this background must be taken into account. That's really, but...
Thank you for that's a very practical approach. Thank you.
It's a practical approach, Chair, but it will also assist. Remember, my first qualification was that should it become necessary, we'll itemize these things, because if you do it now, it will just take a long time. That's why I was just giving the highlights. Chair, let me just make, at the expense of speaking against what I've just said, I'll just give you another practical example. We've been asking for the statement, the commission statement of, Brigadier Newswa, just as an example. And we have not been finished with that. Now, it turns out 2 days ago, I'm sitting at home watching the commission, and at night, I can only watch the repeats here. And as the following question is put to, or not even a question, it's an answer coming from General News. So if I'm not mistaken, it's paragraph 43 of his statement. He says, I was made to understand that General Sinona has a problem with this. And one of the commissioners, I'm not sure which one, says, we were made to understand by who? And he says, by the evidence leaders. That is, you'll find that literally the whole nation was watching it. Now, what does that say to me? It says that when Brigadier Newswa was being recognized or preparing for his statement, he was told what the version of General Sinona will be on that particular point. It's not important for now, whatever the point was. Now, all we're asking is for the same courtesy with respect. That when General Sinona was also doing his statement, it would have been very nice that he knew what the contrary versions or whatever it is of whoever it is to the extent that they were available. We accept that the evidence leaders are not magicians or clairvoyants who would know what someone is going to say in the future, but or sangomas. But to the extent that the information was known, it would have been appropriate. Let me put it like that, not just nice. It would have been appropriate, legally speaking, for him to be placed in the same position that the evidence leaders chose to put Brigadier Nyuswa. Just on that point. As I say, the point itself is not important, but it's the principle that I'm addressing. Thank you.
Chair, through you, if I may just address the last point, and I don't want to have a
Perhaps
to-ing and fro.
By the way,
let me give you an opportunity to respond to
Just
that
specifically
one
that
issue.
one.
Let Mr. Mpofu finish.
Yes.
And then I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that.
I assumed he had finished. I saw his mic go off, so I made certain assumptions.
When he said thank you, I also thought so too.
No, I was just being courteous. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah. I was saying, Chair, that what we require is to be placed in a position where we can maximally assist this commission. Really, that's really all we're saying. It's all very well if people want to us to come here and then say things and then say, no, I'm hearing about that for the first time, so that we can come again, which is exactly what we want to avoid, for him to come for the 7th time or 6th time or whatever the number is, simply because, as you say, Chair, let's say, for example, I was going to give you this catalogue of things now and give it to Ms. Sill, and it turns out that they were deserved to be given anyway. What will be the result of that? It will be that he must now be given that opportunity to come here again next week or next month and so on. We don't want that because he doesn't have the means to do that. Every time he comes here, he has to pay lawyers. This is a person who's not a person of means, and but at the same time, he doesn't want to face the risk of being pounced upon by that unit whose name we will not repeat. After he has been here. So the risks are real. They're not speculative, as I've indicated with the question of the suspension and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Mr. Mpofu, I think in fairness to Ms. Berger, because of how you've characterized her response, and she doesn't have a right to respond in this platform. I think in fairness to her, this must be placed on record. The context of the letter of the 1st of June from your instructing attorney, what that letter does in the penultimate, in the last paragraph, in fact, in paragraph 4 and 5, in fact, maybe let me first say, the context of the letter is earlier in the day there had been a ruling by the chairperson, as you correctly say, that General Sinona should file a statement. Now, this letter from the attorneys in paragraphs 4 and 5 seeks a postponement of the filing of that statement. And that postponement is sought on the basis that other witnesses are still going to testify, there are other statements. I should first see those statements, and I should not testify first before the other witnesses. I want to hear what they are going to say. I need to see in their statements what they say about me. The response of Ms. Berger that you have described in the way that you've characterized in the way that you have is to say that General Sinona, there is a ruling, you must abide by that ruling. And you can't get a postponement, basically. You've been given a date. So what you characterize as arrogant is really a restating of the position. And I think it should be seen in that context, and I think it is important that the context should be put out. Yes. That's all I wanted to say about it, in fairness to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
We accept that the that might have been, the intention might have been innocent.
Yes.
I'm simply stating to the Commission how it was received
Yes.
by the General.
Okay.
And you know, there was one, for example, that said, no, you must ignore that subpoena, some subpoena, I think one of the wrong ones. And I thought it's all very well to say that to a person, you must ignore a subpoena, but we all know what the implications are of ignoring a subpoena.
Yeah.
So you can only do that really once you've been told to do so.
Yes.
But
No, I was just dealing with this because I thought it is important in fairness to her.
We accept at face value that maybe it was not meant as,
Yes.
just take a hike or whatever, however it was understood. But that's how we read it.
Yes.
Because in the end, it doesn't matter what the tone or whatever. In the end, we were not given that information. That's really our complaint, not the tone of the letter as such.
And maybe the other thing to say about it, so, the response is a response. This is about the internal workings of the Commission. So when a letter like this comes, it's not Ms. Berger who responds of her own accord and initiative. Something like this comes to the commissioners, that you gave a ruling, we now have this letter. So where she says you are required to comply, it is a communication that comes from the Commission, and I think that should be clear. The second issue, and the second one I mentioned only so that General Sinona does not, if he's under that impression, it's clear that he's not targeted as such. This is about statements that he asked for this. He was told about what General Colonel Nyuswa, I think, Brigadier Nyuswa.
Brigadier.
Yes, when in fact he hadn't been given his statement. The commission, no witness who comes to testify has been given statements of witnesses that were yet to testify. We haven't done that with any witness. In fact, the practice is statements of witnesses do not go out. We don't even publish them. We don't give to the media. We don't put them on the website until the witness has testified. So insofar as he may have requested statements of witnesses yet to testify, the answers he got are answers that apply generally, which is statements do not go out until a witness has testified. And I say that only to dispel any idea that he alone may be treated unfair. If it is unfair, it's unfair to everybody who's had to testify here.
Yeah. Thank you. Very quickly, again, without any qualification, we accept the assurances about the intentions and the patterns of the Commission. We have nothing to say about that. The issue we are raising, the fact that no witness has been given information before doesn't make it right with respect. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whether it's been done throughout, then so be it. Maybe those witnesses did not make the requests, the repeated requests that we made, or maybe they didn't need the statement. We do.
Mr. Mpofu, the practical and logical point is this, that witnesses often have to confirm when the oath is administered that this is my statement and that's my signature.
Yeah.
And often they have to correct those statements and say, no. So you can understand how impractical it is before a witness has confirmed that that's his final statement to distribute it.
Fair enough.
Because if a witness then, when they take the stand, they say, well, actually, as happened with Brigadier Nyuswa, I discard my previous statements and I'm now relying on the one that I finalized this morning. Yes. It would have been prejudicial to your client if the ones that Nyuswa had discarded were the ones given to him. So there are practical considerations that inform some of these processes. So don't dismiss them as being unworkable. They are there for a reason, these processes.
No, Chair and Commissioners, that's Commissioner Baloi's second point that you've just amplified. And again, we accept that. Justify some unjustifiable things here. I'm saying here, I accept that you may not, it's been explained to me now by the two commissioners, and I accept it, that it might not be a practical thing to do to give somebody a statement prior to their testimony. But I've given you examples where that, what you've just told me, doesn't apply. So where's the statement of sender then, if what the two commissioners are saying? Because he has already testified, he has already owned his statement. So that explanation doesn't assist me, as it might assist with another witness yet to come. But it cannot answer my complaint about witnesses that have already complained, or rather testified. Thank you.
Mr. Law, there was the point you wanted to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think to a large extent, Commissioners Baloyi and Khumalo have addressed this point, and I wanted to address it for the benefit perhaps of all future witnesses. If one has regard to the very letter that Mr. Mpofu has referenced from General Sinona's attorneys at page 27, if one has regard to paragraph 4, his legal representatives state, to the extent that Lieutenant Colonel Duma's testimony may implicate General Sinona, it will be prejudicial for their client to file an incomplete statement which is silent on allegations which may be made against him by Colonel Duma. This was drafted prior to Colonel Duma presenting himself before the commission. Now, the challenge is whether or not his testimony may implicate him, and I think Mr. Mpofu correctly acknowledged that we don't have a crystal ball. What we have at any given time is a statement by a witness. And that is where Rule 3.5 kicks in. If that particular statement already implicates somebody, a Rule 3.5 should go out and setting out the extent of the implication. But whether the statement does not, then the Rule 3.5 notice is not issued. But in the course of testimony, the witness may expand on his statement and in the course of doing so implicate. That is not the original statement that implicated. It is important that anyone who will be called to appear understands that. And the point Commissioner Baloyi made, Brigadier Nyuswa is a brigadier, testified on Wednesday, the 17th. Technically, this 17th of June, by the 1st of June, General Sinona's team wanted a copy of his statement. And as the Commissioner points out, the Commission does not release any statement until the witness has confirmed it. So I don't know how we can potentially assist General Sinona, but I think it is important to point out that it is not a decision that is necessarily prejudicial to him. It's prejudicial to all. So it cannot be claimed that we are being particularly harsh to General Sinona. There is no basis for such conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I forgot to thank you at the end of your reply, Mr. Mpofu. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think it would be best to leave it there, Chairperson. We really appreciate the opportunity to place those concerns on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said when I raised the issue of what outstanding information you still required, I think charted the way forward, in the sense that you said, let's go ahead. So I accept that. Let us start with the testimony. Let's go ahead. If anything arises at whatever point, it should be dealt with at that stage. That is, as and when it does arise.
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction for the record.
Yes,
I
yes.
understand that the protocol is to refer to people with their titles. So to the extent that I said sender, I meant warrant officer sender. Sometimes I get confused with these ranks, but it was not out of any disrespect.
I also do that from time to time, not so much just referring to the surname, but I forget the ranks.
The ranks.
And I do something that I know is technically incorrect. I just say officer, for
Yes.
example, sender.
Yeah.
But officers are commissioned officers,
be, yes.
not every police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Silo?
We are ready to begin.
Yes.
General Sunana, as you have confirmed, you have filed a supplementary statement, and we have confirmed it is yours. It goes up to page 11, and it is, as is practice in the Commission, any new statement that is filed, the witness is afforded an opportunity to speak to the contents thereof, either by reading the statement or highlighting certain aspects within the statement and paraphrasing without undue interruption. And I would like to give you this opportunity perhaps to do so. Which parts you choose to read and which you choose to summarize will be at your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. I, under design legislature Senona, do hereby make an oath and say that I'm a Major General in the South African Police Service. I'm currently employed as the Provincial Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in KwaZulu-Natal. I must also emphasize that although I'm still employed with the DPCI, I'm currently placed on suspension. And the suspension talks to the issues of, in the suspension letter, they say because of the storage and the theft of exhibits, which emanated from the Commission, as my senior counsellor has alluded to earlier before the Commissioners.
Did the suspension not lapse, or did I misunderstand?
Commissioner, if you allow me,
Yes.
what happened after I've testified here, I was taken out of my office at gunpoint and on the 31st of January. I raised the issues of safety, but a ruling was done. I was taken out of my office, escorted with firearms, and I was told not to come back to the office. My tools of trades were taken, and the suspension
Sorry, General. I just want clarity on whether the suspension has not since lapsed.
I think
even Mr. Mpofu touched on that and said because nothing happened over the specified period of time, it lapsed. Now you are saying you are under suspension.
Yes,
it's because of that I wanted to get clarity on whether it has lapsed. It has since lapsed.
Commissioner, it's two suspensions.
Oh, okay.
The first one I was provided with, I was suspended, and because evidence was given at the Commission under oath. When you are suspended in the police, within 60 calendar days, a disciplinary hearing must have commenced. And then on the 22nd of May, it was 77 days after I was suspended, the suspension was uplifted, of which it was uplifted by my supervisor, who didn't have the powers to do so because the regulation talks about the chairperson, who must either uplift or extend it by 30 days. If the disciplinary hearing is not finalized, it must be uplifted automatically. It's an automatic upliftment. On the 3rd, after I've appeared here, on the 3rd of June, I went to the office here in Pretoria, met with my supervisor. I was provided with another suspension. The second suspension that I'm on now talks to the issues of theft and storage of drugs at Port Shepstone.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
And today, I must bring
continue.
I must bring it under the commission attention that I'm more than willing to assist this commission. I am here, but the date the commission gave me, already there was a date for me to attend another disciplinary hearing today at 10 o'clock. It's currently ongoing. To show that I'm willing to assist the commission, I opted to come here, not to go that side. Thanks, Commissioner.
That answers me. Thank you, General.
Can I continue, Commissioner? I have previously filed statements with the Commission and testified at the Commission on the 27th, 28th, and 21 January 2026. I filed this further statement at the direction of the Commission in terms of the summonses of 29 April 2026, and I'm duly authorized to dispose this statement. The facts set out in this statement are within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated or indicated by the context alternatively. Obtained through reports made to me in the course of my duties by the various functionaries within the DPCI-KZN. Further, alternatively, to the extent possible or feasible, I will attach any documents I rely on in substantiation of the averments I make here in this statement. This statement is filed in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice of 24 May. In that notice, the Commission called upon me to answer certain questions relating to the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets, cocaine. I want to add the word suspected cocaine. At the CHC depot, 14th Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour, on the 22nd of June 2021, which was booked at Isipingo under reference number SAP 13/373/2021. The Regulation 10.6 notice issued pursuant to the subpoena of 29 April directs that I comprehensively address the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets is cocaine. I want to also add suspected cocaine, at the CHT depot, 14th the Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour, on the 22nd. I have attached my answers to the Regulation 10.6 SLS1. It forms part of my sworn statement. In the body of this sworn statement, however, I address certain challenges on the management of my evidence at the Commission. Issues concerning the management of my evidence. I think some of these issues, it will be a repetition. My senior counsel has addressed the Commission in respect of that. On the 29th of April 2026, the Commission issued a summons calling me to tender certain evidence. Notably, that summons did not raise any new issues. I communicated as much to the Commission through my attorneys of record on the 4th of May, when I also requested that in the event that there are additional documents and or information the Commission intends to make use of during General Sinona's Sveda's appearance, we request that he be furnished with information, in brackets, documentary and or otherwise, close bracket, timelessly to enable adequate preparation. A copy of this correspondence is attached SLS2. The request has not been met. At least 3 witnesses have given evidence implicating me in the drug seizure and storage of 22 June 2021. A 4th is set to tender evidence via audio link and in camera. The first of these witnesses to testify was Major General Flynn. His statement was filed on the 4th of May 2026, and he gave evidence at the Commission on the 5th and 6th May 2026. The second witness was retired Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. To date, the date of his redacted, so I do not know when his statement was filed with the Commission. So which means the date he disposed this statement, I'm not aware of it. In any event, he testified on the 7th, 11th, and 18th May 2026. The Commission only furnished me with their statements late afternoon on Friday, 29 May 2026, a mere 2 days before my own statement had to be filed with the Commission on the 1st June 2026. It's more, I was also called upon by the summonses of the 29 April 2026 to testify on the 8th of May 2026, and then postponed to 1 June, although I was advised that my testimony may stand down to the 5th of June 2026. As an aside, I have several concerns regarding my evidence tendered by Colonel Prinsloo. These include his failure to disclose to the Commission that he informed the district commissioner in that district about the storage of the drugs and that he requested visible policing patrols in the area. He alleges that I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested additional assistance from my office.
Sorry, General Sinona, just to be clear, you're still referring to the suspected cocaine, not another storage?
100%, Commissioner. Apologies for my oversight. I think it will happen oftenly, but I apologize upfront if it is allowed, Commissioner. Thank you. Where was I? I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested any additional assistance from my office. Reference is made to paragraph 7 of his statement, of his affidavit, disposed to shortly after the incident. I'm not sure if that statement is here, Commissioners. I want to check so that I can read the paragraph. But it is not here, but we submitted it previously in January.
If I may be of assistance, that is what we're trying to establish. There are actually two statements by Colonel Prinsloo. There is one, you said immediately after the incident. There is one of the 23rd of November 2021 and another of I think the 25th of November 2021. And I mentioned this perhaps just to ask your attorneys or your representatives to guide us specifically which statement they're referring to, and we'll be able to locate it, and then you can have regard thereto.
Is a statement that he made immediately after the incident where we were requested by Lieutenant General Musikidi to provide affidavit of the incidents.
Hence, I say there are 2 days apart. The one is the 23rd of November, the other one is the 25th of November.
If it's presented before me, because it's a long time ago, I'll be able to say this is the one. I think in January, we did talk to the statement. It was handed in before the Commission. I'm referring to that one that we were dealing with in January.
I think Advocate Tauk might be able to assist. In the meantime, if it doesn't disturb your flow, you may continue while we try and locate the actual statement you are referring to.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo also failed to disclose the visit to me by Brigadier Naika, who is from head office, and the two warrant officers at Port Shepstone offices. Commissioners, my office never received any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspections. Reference is made to paragraph 10 of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo's statement that he deposited immediately after the incident. I'm saying this, Commissioners, because when head office visit any of the provincial offices, the protocol will be that you report at the provincial office your presence, and then in that I'm visiting this office. If it is investigation of a sensitive nature, you just report your presence and you go do your investigation. And I have never received any report from national office or any document in respect of such a visit, as well as the outcome of the inspections that was conducted there. He indicated that he could not...
General?
Yes,
is the point, I'm trying to understand the point you're making here at 12.2. Is it that you dispute that there was such a visit that he speaks to in paragraph 10, as you say, in paragraph 10 of that affidavit? Or you accept there was such a visit, but the only issue you're taking is it was never disclosed to you? I'm trying to understand that I don't lose the significance of why you're saying
Yes,
this.
Commissioner. You are 100% correct. I'm not disputing the visit.
Yes.
However, I'm indicating to the commissioners, although I didn't put it here, that the visit initially was never brought to my attention. And thereafter, even a report of such an inspection was never brought or sent to my office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. He indicated that he could not smell anything suspicious, despite another member allegedly observing a burning smell. Although he testified about the security concerns and challenges at the offices, he failed to escalate these concerns directly to my attention after his alleged unsuccessful attempts with supply chain management. At no stage were the security concerns at Port Shepstone brought to my attention prior to the storage of these drugs there. I think I also testified to that effect in 27 until the 29th. I did highlight these, commissioners. He also failed to complete the relevant document to the handing over and control of the safe keys, despite him being aware of the applicable procedures. These procedures were not within my knowledge, and I've never dealt with the same before, even in relation to the safe in my office. Commissioners, here I'm saying I am not an expert in the supply chain management issues. There was a document that was presented before this commission by Lieutenant Colonel Prince Law, the handing over of the safe keys and so forth. It was the first time I saw it. I won't know everything in the South African Police Services. When the keys were handed over, I would have expected him to say, let me complete this relevant document in order for you to sign. And
sorry to interrupt you, General. Are you talking about the instance where the keys were handed over to you after the suspected container had been placed inside this strong room, whatever it's called?
Correct,
all
Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Unless, because he never testified that I tried to complete that and hand, so that they must sign for the keys or so. It never happened, and he never testified in that instances. Although I'm saying before this commission, that document, I saw it for the first time before the commission. I won't know everything in the police. Commissioners, he failed to properly inspect the office premises during the afternoon of the Sunday on the 7th of November 2021 and the morning of Monday, 8th November 2021, despite observing that lights were on at the ground floor, which he considered abnormal. No occurrence book entries were made in this regard. All I'm trying to highlight here, commissioners, I testified previously that they were instructed to do the after-hour visit. And I consider this visit of Sunday as one of the after-hour visit, as per my instruction after the storage. But if you do that, you must go and patrol the entire office and check if everything is still intact. What is significant, he knew what was stored there, but he never went down. In his testimony, he said he only went into his office and did what he did, and from there he left, of which it leaves a vacuum in my mind why he never did that. He further failed to disclose the visit by Brigadier Nyusa to the Port Shepstone offices on Tuesday, the 2nd of November 2021, shortly before the theft occurred. I can confirm, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyusa also testified here, and he confirmed that he did visit the office on the 2nd of November 2021. But from where I'm sitting, I've never visited that office ever since those drugs were stored at Port Shepstone. In any event, I appeared before the Commission on the 1st June 2026, and my evidence was stood down to 5 June 2026. In the meantime, while I was preparing this statement and consulting on the 29 April summonses, the 24 May Regulation 10-6 notice, and the statements of Messrs. I will say General Flynn and Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the Commission led the evidence of Warrant Officer Carl Sanders and also ruled that Lieutenant Colonel Dumas' evidence, which also relates to the theft of the cocaine, could be led via audio link while shielding his identity from the public. At this point, my attorneys wrote to the Commission requesting that my evidence be stood down and my statement filed at a later date after all the evidence implicating me was laid. In this way, I could provide a complete answer to the Commission, which necessarily include answering any allegations made against me in the seizure of the drugs and their storage. The letter is attached as LS3. The Commission responded via emails contending that I was only required to respond to the issues in the subpoena and the Regulation 10-6. The Commission's Ms. Geraldine Berger stated that is what constitutes his testimony to the Commission, and that if all that is required of, and that is all that is required of him now. She goes on to state that I will be served with a Regulation 3-5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with my implication, but records that my statement is not impacted by someone else's version of the truth. The email is attached as LS4. Her opinion was in the end proven wrong when Warrant Officer Sander took the stand again on 2 June 2026. Insofar as Warrant Officer Sanders is concerned, he was questioned by Commissioner Kumalo on his temporary placement letter that was signed by me. Commissioner Kumalo noted that I am coming to give evidence on the 5th of June 2026, and Commissioner Kumalo stated that the allegation you made is very serious and it goes to the heart of the terms of reference of the Commission. Because you implied yesterday that your superior were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Now I want to try and understand that allegation. Is that an allegation you are making against General Senona? And is it something we must put to him when he comes to give evidence on Friday? Warrant Officer Sanders responded, Commissioner, I think it will eventually come out that the suspects who stole the drugs are known. When asked by Commissioner Kumalo, known by who, he said, I was informed by Colonel Jacob personally who they are, but the links to the management. Commissioner Kumalo then interjected and said, the links to the management of DPCI, and Warrant Officer Sanders agreed. He went on to say that the only inference he can draw is that he suffered repercussions. It was then put to Sanders by Commissioner Kumalo that Warrant Officer Sanders believed that he was placed in another department because his superiors were moving him out of the way because he was stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Commissioner Kumalo then said, I just want to be clear. You are saying General Senona among others, to which Warrant Officer Sanders responded, no, sir. I said General Senona was the one who moved me. I'm going to continue. I want to explain something after this. The distinct impression he had already been created that first, I transferred Sanders, and second, that I did so for nefarious reasons. This is just not true. I have attached a letter SLS5, an email that I received from Lieutenant General Libya, the then national head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, NO, Major General Suraj Bali, who is the DPCI head of Executive Support Services, dated 5 February 2024, directing my office to engage with the complaint and provide the national head with feedback by 23 February 2024. The complainant's email was addressed to the national head and others, not to myself. I only became aware of the complaint when I received the instruction from the DPCI national head. I later received a further instruction from General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of this email. I have no recollection of subjecting the member to a polygraphic test relating to the theft of a coffee machine. I should not have to answer this allegation in this statement. I do so out of caution and attach the mails from Lieutenant General Levia because of the very real prospects that these questions may be directed at me, even though I have not received the requisite notices and additional documents from the Commission. Commissioners, I want to add that on these paragraphs, the placement of Warrant Officer Sanders, the complaint, it was very serious. I think the commission has also this document, which they provided to us later, I think in the early hours of yesterday. They have this complaint whereby there was a serious allegations of Warrant Officer Sander and other members involved in the theft of cocaine at the harbor and selling it to a specific gang. I'm just worried to say names of other people that never came here, because the last time I was caused to say certain names, and I'm on litigation for your information, Commissioner, as we speak. Now, based on the allegations, they were of a serious nature that warranted that in that process, if my memory serves me well, Colonel Jacobs was the acting provincial commander. Brigadier Nyusa was not there. The process that I followed, I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sander. I wrote a letter. I signed it. It was flagged here. I saw this is my signature, but it was redacted. I placed him at supply chain management until the investigation is finalized. It's a process that we do in the police. Like myself now, my supervisor is an example I'm making. My supervisor has suspended me. He was placed as elsewhere. Mine is worse because evidence was given under oath before this commission and I was suspended. So it is a process. When there are allegations against you that relate to what you are doing, you will be either placed elsewhere or suspended. He was never suspended and he never lost any income. He got his full salary, his danger allowances, and the scarce skills allowance. So the issue of the coffee machine, commissioners, in that office where he was placed, I don't remember him because I was watching the commission on that day. I don't remember him, I might be wrong, informing the commission that actually in that office there were 4 thefts. It is in the provincial office. Nobody will just come in there. A member of the public, even your good self, you will never come in. You will be escorted into the building if you are not working there. There was a theft of a camera of the state. There was a theft of a state laptop which possesses sensitive information in that office. there was also a theft of a laminating machine. His coffee machine was the last one. The person who initiated and applied for these members that are employed in the supply chain management where this Sanda was placed was initiated by Brigadier Nyoswa. I was out of office by then. The only thing I did is to sign the call-up instruction and say all these members must go for polygraph test because there was no break-in, but things are disappearing. And I believe that was done bona fide, not to punish any person, commissioners. So those are the issues that I wanted to address, although they are not in the regulation 10.6 or on the subpoena, just to give the commissioners a clear picture as what happened. He comes here and cry and say, I subjected him to the, what you call, a polygraph test for the theft of his coffee machine. That is not correct. Maybe for lack of a better word, it is insane of me to shall have done that, commissioners. If you are a victim, then I put you on the polygraph test. That is wrong. He misled the commission. I want to pause there and continue with my statement.
Sorry, General. I'm not sure I follow that. What exactly is not correct?
It is not correct that he was subjected to polygraph examination because of the theft of his own coffee machine that was stolen in that office. It was not only him. The person who initiated everything and made arrangement is Brigadier Nyoswa. I only signed the call-up instruction. And I believe the commission is in possession of those documents. I don't have my tools of trades since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office. My laptop, my gun, my laptop is gone, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary, I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain here. And it cost me to lie in hospital for 2 weeks. Now, I'm telling the commission here to show certain implication. I'm not requesting for any mercy, but I want to assist this commission. Now, Commissioner Kumalo, I hope I answered you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
Chair.
Yes, you have.
Pardon me, I'm addressing all of you as commissioners, but if I have to say chair, I will try and say rectify.
I am a commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, please continue.
Or rather say justice. Commissioner Kumalo also interposed at some point stating that this was integral to the commission terms of reference and inquired whether the evidence would have to be put to me. So it is indeed so that any statement I give is twofold. It is in the first instance my recordal of facts as I know them, and second, my response to the averment made about me in the Rule 3.5 notice that I received contrary to Mrs. Beggar's opinion. I say with respect that my treatment at the commission is being unfair, and I'm a civil servant with 38 years of service now. My means are limited, and the piecemeal manner in which my evidence is being managed is materially impacting my ability to protect my rights and interests at the commission. I'm not asking for any unique or irregular, simply that the evidence implicating me is led and thereafter I respond thereto. As matters stand, I have had to prepare this statement at short notice, and as it turns out, may very well have to file another statement to deal with Sanders and other witnesses' evidence. It certainly cannot be that Sanders and others' evidence, controversial as it is, and which paints me as having irregular transferred him, can go unchallenged. It also cannot be that the evidence, as stated by Commissioner Kumalo, must be put to me, as I was not served with the Regulation 3.5 statement, and a regulation, 10-6 notice, or any other material documents. I have simply been advised by Ms. Berger that this will transpire. This process is called for in the rules of the Commission itself to protect the rights and interests of witnesses who appear before it. I want to also add the following in my evidence in chief, that when Warrant Officer Sander was placed back to his office, these were my words, Commissioners. I informed Brigadier Nyuswa that Warrant Officer Sander, because this investigation is taking too long, someone from the legal services wanted to stop his allowances. And then if it is the employer who placed you elsewhere, you can't do that. And then as the investigation was continuing, the only thing that was found at that stage was the misconduct of him not declaring the directorship of a shooting practice company. However, I think the investigation is ongoing of those allegations because they are of a serious nature. I don't know what is the status at this stage, but I said Warrant Officer Sander can go back to SOKI. SOKI is Serious Organized Crime Investigation. I've never specified that he shouldn't be placed where he was. I said he can go back to SOKI. SOKI is where he came from. And as far as I'm concerned, he was supposed to go back to his normal duties. I don't remember writing a letter writing specifically there that he must be placed at EPR, as it was said by Brigadier Nyuswa. I don't have a recollection of me doing that, but my recollection is he can go back to Serious Organized Crime Investigation in Durban office, where he was working before. I wanted to bring that under the attention while I'm still under oath.
Can I just understand, when you say you don't recall, is that equal to saying you never gave such an instruction? Because Brigadier Nyuswa was quite firm about it, that it was your instruction, and he followed your instruction that he goes to EPR.
Commissioner, I've never given that instruction. If I have given it, I would have maybe, or the commission would have got a document as much as I placed him in supply chain management. Certain things we do them in writing in the police. This verbal instruction, it is out of necessity to do verbal instruction because of the situation we are facing with. This one, it was not an urgent thing, Commissioner. So you're correct. I never gave Brigadier Nyuswa that type of an instruction that he mustn't go back there, he must go there.
On the back of that explanation, there must then be, given the explanation you are giving, that you do things in writing, there must then be a letter where you say he should be taken back to SANEP.
I believe so, Commissioners. Okay. However, as I said, my tools of trades were taken by force.
Yes.
On the 31st of January, my laptop and everything, I don't know what happened there. Even now, trying to get certain information to assist the Commission, it was a serious mountain to climb.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, General. You say the investigations are ongoing. That is, investigations in respect of the serious allegations concerning Lieutenant Colonel Sander.
Warrant officer.
Warrant officer. Oh, I'm promoting him. Sorry about that. If I'm not mistaken, I think his testimony was that those investigations had come to an end. Somebody told him so. I forget the detail around that, but that's the distinct impression he created. Perhaps, in fact, more than just an impression, I think he said so in so many words. Now, do you know anything about that?
Commissioner, as I've indicated, since 31 January, I was never at work.
No,
there is that possibility.
My sense was that this was a matter of a few months which would mean, if correct, you were still there. So it was before your suspension. That was my sense.
Yeah, I do not have a proper recollection of that, Commissioner. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not easy to close that type of investigation at a very short space of time. The way it was dealt with, because also the DPP was involved guiding that investigation.
And I see here that this was signed, the letter that moved him to another section. It was, I'm looking at page...
File 2, exhibit bundle, Port Shepstone, page 475.
CJC 239.
I'm referring to the letters. Oh, you've got it, General. Yeah, you see the date there on the letter that moved him to supply chain. You don't
Just a moment.
Oh, gosh.
Just a moment.
Or we'll wait. Can
you flight please?
Oh, maybe it should
Oh,
be
yes,
flighted,
I think if
yes.
it's flighted, it will assist. We'll arrange over the break. Thank you.
The date on the General is the 13th of February, 2024. It's more than 2 years now. Have you been receiving any reports at all about the investigation? That is prior to your suspension, of course.
I can recall that I was receiving progress report. I think Lieutenant Colonel Mchali is now Colonel, was appointed to investigate. And then when he write a progress report, he will write it to Brigadier Nyuswa. Mm-hmm. Brigadier Nyuswa will forward the email to me, and then I will read it when I'm happy, because my main function as the provincial head is to receive a report, read them, and report to head office. I will receive reports seeking my advice. I'll provide an advice where it is necessary. And I recall receiving progress reports, sending them to head office.
And would these be indicating that the investigation is ongoing, or what would they be saying about progress on the investigation or progress about the investigation?
They were talking about profiling. If I recall, I'm just talking out of experience, yes, commissioners, because I don't have those reports here. Mm-hmm. But it's a question of what processes were followed during that investigation and what was outstanding. Those are the reports we were reporting at National Office at that stage. I confirm that this is my signature. This is the letter that I signed. I placed him there based on the complaint and advice by head office. It's a pity they only send us when we request through my attorneys. They only send us the complaint. But that email that they said I must make sure I place the member elsewhere, they never provided us with that. The national office, and of which I'm on suspension. I can't force them. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even allowed to go to any offices of the DPCI.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Chair, if it may assist, I see it's already 11:28. Perhaps during the tea break, the General may have regard to CJC 282. That's from page 1003 and 1003. I say perhaps we do that over the tea break. That's the documentation relating to the suspension that the chair is engaging the General on. The complaint is part of his statement, but the remainder of the documents is not.
When we break, if you could engage Mr. Mpofu and the General as to the exact file. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
do so, Chair. Thank you.
And perhaps let's... yes, Mr.
No,
Mpofu.
I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, all right. Thank you. let's take the
Commissioner,
general, yes.
I've got a request.
Yes, yes.
It's only one paragraph and my statement is done. Then it's my humble request that I finish this one paragraph and then when we come back,
that makes practical
we
sense.
deal with 10.6.
Oh, okay, please
I
continue.
humbly request
No.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. There is no reason that I should be treated differently and expected to give evidence in the absence of this document. There is also no reason why my evidence must be elicited in a piecemeal fashion. There is nothing unreasonable in seeking that all the evidence against me is led first and then that I responded to after receiving the requisite Rule 3.5 statements, annexures, and Regulation 10.6 notices where applicable. It is imperative that I provide comprehensive evidence, but I cannot do so when I'm faced with unreasonably short time periods to file my statement, and when I'm preparing these statements, further damning evidence is laid against me. Nevertheless, since I'm under the subpoena and want to assist the Commission, I tender with this statement my answers to the 25th of May 2026 Regulation 10.6, but record that I will be materially prejudiced should I be expected to testify on anything tendered by Duma and or Sanda on 5 June. As I indicated, I have elected to attach my responses as an annexure. It is filed as LS1. That is what I wanted to highlight, and then I will go to the questions after the break. Thank you very much for that permission, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Let's adjourn and resume at midday.
It's just gone 11:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have located the statement by Colonel Prinsloo that the general references in his statement. It is being copied, and he would like to make direct reference thereto. It should be with us shortly. Perhaps then, before we might take this opportunity to, and secondly, we have provided his legal team with the full exhibit files, so that each time reference is made to any particular exhibit, they have a full set with them.
Which file is it again? And CJC what?
The combined exhibit files for Port Shepstone, they should now be in about 3 or 4 files. The statement, the Prinsloo statement that the general references in his statement is being copied, and it shall be made available. I was going to propose that in the interim, we then deal with the second part of the issues he had covered, and regarding the complaint against Warrant Officer Sander. And now that we have all our files, I had indicated, I think it starts actually from page 1001, CJC 281. That would be file number 4, file number 3. CJC 282. Page 1001. No, in fact, CJ 281. CJC 281. That's where it starts.
It's the Jacob file. I think that's what it says on this file.
It's marked as Jacob file, Island, yeah.
Did you say CJC?
CJC 281.
281.
And that should be at page 1001. And following. You recall that the general indicated that he had received a complaint from the member of the public regarding Warrant Officer Sander's conduct. And that complaint, the original complaint, is, as the general has it, as LS5, page 30 of his statement. He indicated he only has the statement, but not the remainder of the documents relating to that complaint and the investigations. So I pointed out that those will be found in the exhibit files and how the matter progressed. Do you confirm that's what you have, General?
Page 1004.
Starting from 1001.
He's referring to the actual complaint, I think. It's 1004. That's where you were.
1001.
1004.
1004.
Oh, the actual complaint.
The actual
yes,
complaint.
That's correct.
I confirm this is the complaint I received from the National Head Office.
And I say then the documents following are reports, or to be reports relating or submitted in respect of this complaint. If I may just cross-check.
What comes after is a handwritten document.
I see that.
Yes.
I see that we are looking for page
Is it the information note 1082?
It is the information note CJC 289.
Yeah.
I apologize, it would appear they are not exactly filed in order in the exhibit files. So, General, you have located the actual complaint.
Correct, Commissioners.
And then if you go forward to page 1088, then should be the information note regarding the investigation into Canal Sander and following.
Mr. Lo, what is 1056?
1056 should be, CJC 289 is a couple of documents. It runs from 1050 to 1105. So it's a series of the documents relating to that complaint.
So 1051 would be an information note on the
Indeed.
same matter.
On the same
and then
matter.
carrying on.
And then carrying on until 1105, Commissioner. I was pointing that out for the General to remind himself regarding what happened with this complaint, because he said since his suspension he did not have access to his gadgets, and whether he's able to respond to a question from the commissioners about what eventually became of this complaint prior to his suspension, as I understand it, in January of 2026. Would that assist you, General?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I think what has just happened is what my senior counsel was addressing the Commissioners about in the opening remarks regarding documents that I didn't have prior to me coming here. This, I'm seeing it for the first time here, receiving it for the first time from the Commission. However, I can see the document, I recall the document, but for the purpose of assisting the Commission, I will respond. I will indicate that in this document, I'm not sure what was the question, if it can be repeated, so that I can be able to respond appropriately.
Yeah. Mr. Law says this arises from a question that I asked, which was your knowledge as to the fate of the investigation.
Or the finalization.
Yes. Whether finalized, yes.
Okay.
In fact, yes, I introduced the question by referring to the fact that who was it? No.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer Sander said that this had been finalized.
Commissioner?
It arose from that, and then there was one or two follow-ups.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
When you look at the report, this report was compiled for head office by me after I was provided the information by my subordinate. They wrote it, I read it, and then I was happy. But Commissioners, when you look at page 1089 of the same document, there is a paragraph 3 that talks about evidence already obtained. And then I don't want to waste time, and then you go to page 1090. It will say progress report, and then it talks about the tech shop and all the stuff. You see, when we conduct investigations in the DPCI, there are different things that we do. You'll realize that on paragraph 4, it talks about the investigation that was conducted in line with the FIC, Financial Intelligence Center. When we conduct investigation, that office is one part and parcel of our stakeholders that is assisting us. And then there were also recommendations by the FIC in terms of this report. And then when you go to page 1091, there is the outcome of a specific investigation whereby the paragraph 7 that talks to him not declaring the directorship of this this company of his. Then that part of the investigation, we have a risk and integrity management section that also assisted in this investigation, not necessarily the criminal part of it. Look, it's a wide scope that they do when we do investigation. And they are the ones who came with these recommendations of the disciplinary issue matter against the warrant officer Sanders. Then I signed it, I sent it. These issues that I hear does not necessarily indicate that the criminal conduct as it is depicted in the complaint, it has been finalized. There are certain sections that are directing us towards that were finalized, but not the actual criminal conduct as per the original complaint, commissioners.
Can I just to check this without probing, that from your earlier evidence that you directed Brigadier Nyuswa that the member must return to his original position. From that, it surely must mean that at that point, when you gave the direction that you say you gave, you had formed the view that there was no concern with him returning to SANEP. It seems to me that it can only mean that if you have made that decision.
My decision was that he must go back to SOKI, Serious Organized Crime Investigations.
Not that he should go back to his original position. I may have misunderstood you earlier because I thought I understood you to say.
It might be a mistake not to say SOKI SANAP, but I said SOKI. SOKI is serious organized crime, and serious organized crime is divided into 3 subsections. The NPVC, National Priority Violence Crime, SANEP, South African Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, and the EPR. So my directive, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can recollect, I said he must go back to SOKI.
And again, it's to try and understand properly what that evidence means, that Brigadier Nyuswa could have returned him to SANEP and you would not have considered it to be in defiance of your direction.
Come again, Commissioner?
SOKI has 3 units that you have
Yes.
listed. One of them is SANEP.
Yes.
If Brigadier Nyuswa had placed him at SANEP, where he originally was,
Yes, Commissioner.
instead of EPR, that would still have been in compliance with your instruction that he must return to SOKI.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's one issue. I had understood, I can't recall which document it was and which witness gave this evidence, but I had understood that the complaint was investigated, the very complaint we're talking about. They could not get hold of the complainant because either the email was bogus or it did not exist, and that's as far as they could take it. That was my understanding, and I could be wrong. So what I'm asking you is really confirmation of your understanding. Is that, do you have similar understanding, or you cannot respond because you're not sure what the facts are?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Although it is not raised in the regulation 10.6, but I will assist.
Can I just say something, because you keep repeating this issue? Can I just say something? You get 10-6s from the evidence leaders and the attorneys. When commissioners are sitting here, they might look at a file and see a document. And if they consider that document to be relevant, they will ask you a question on it. So I hope you won't keep saying, well, because it's not in a 10-6, I take issue with the question that is being asked. Because we are here to establish facts. And in a 10-6, I can tell you now, you can't put everything that is in all these files. Otherwise, your 10-6 will be 50 pages long. You know, you are given the substance of what you will be questioned on. But the actual detail, as I look at this document, for example, I recall something that somebody said. I may be the only person who recalls it. And then I ask you to clarify that issue. So there, I don't see why you would say, oh, but it's not in a 10-6. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner, I was just putting on record, but I'm going to respond to the Commissioner's clarity-seeking question. It's just certain things need to be placed on record. I was legally advised that the Commission findings might be put on review. Hence, I'm putting certain things.
I already saw that from Mr. Mpofu's opening remarks.
Yeah, so hence I want to put it on record because it might come back and say, why you never said 1, 2, 3. But to respond to your clarity-seeking question, Commissioner, I want to indicate that in the execution of our duties as members of the South African Police Services, yes, there are instances where you find out that a person who lodged a complaint, you can't find him. There are instances whereby people report things on an anonymity basis, like your so-called whistleblower. So what you are saying, if you say somebody said that, I won't say it is incorrect or correct, but there is a probability.
In fact, I'm reminded by my co-commissioner that in the very document that you say you signed, the information note on 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1082, paragraph 2.2. Also, I think the information notes are similar. The other one is from February, the other one is from October. So even if you look at the October one on 1088, you will find that, yeah.
Yeah, hence, Commissioner, I said, I didn't have access before I come here with this thing. So I'm going there to have a look. And my response was, it happens sometimes that you don't happen to find the complainant, because when you are doing your investigation, there are instances where the complainant must clarify certain things for you in order to continue. Sometimes you don't find this complainant, and then there are issues that relate to the so-called whistleblowers. So if it is contained in this report, I'm trying to find the paragraph the Commissioner is referring to.
2.2.
1088, the very same report you were looking at, General. 1088.
Yeah, I see that it was we wrote that I must read it. An email was sent to the complainant. Sorry, so I'm not going to say names, Commissioners. Please bear with me. That to him that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit was investigating the matter, but he never responded. As a result, an interview was never conducted with him, which means we were aware that the complainant is a he because of the names at the bottom. But it was a progress report. Once you receive a complaint or a docket to investigate, they say, General Senuna, this is your docket. The first thing that you do, you must interview the complainant and introduce yourself as the person who will be leading that investigation.
I think you've answered me, General. I just wanted to clarify if you are aware that this was the position.
I'm reminded now.
I was also reminded because
yes.
I did not have the reference, so
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. I trust that takes care of the issue that arose. Before we leave this, this topic, General, there was a discussion about the suspension of Warrant Officer Sander. And to that end, you were referred to page 475. That was the letter you signed, dated the 13th of February. You recall that? Would you want to if you want to go there, CJC 239, page 475. We flighted the letter, you confirmed, you signed that letter.
Which bundle, Mr. Law?
Second 475. That would be second bundle.
Page?
475. CJC
It can be
239.
correct, Commissioners. This is not the suspension, it's the temporary placement.
My apologies. You are quite correct. Yes. I used a wrong term there. If I gave the commissioners an opportunity. Thank you. We had previously looked at this letter. And you indicated that the person acting at the time was Colonel Jacobs, correct? Because it's addressed to the acting provincial commissioner.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you testified this morning that both of you called Warrant Officer Sander into your office, if I understood you correctly, where you engaged him on these issues and that temporary transfer.
I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sanders.
Yes,
After I've received the complaint
indeed.
into my office.
Okay. I raise this with you because during his testimony, Warrant Officer Colonel Jacobs was referred to this letter. He was asked who was the acting provincial commander at the time, and he testified that he does not remember and that he doesn't know anything about this temporary transfer. And this, for reference purposes, will be transcript. We don't have to go there, trust me to read it, of the 4th of June 2026, from page 223 to page 226. That's where the engagement is taking place. Firstly, he suggests that he doesn't know who was acting, and secondly, that he was not part of a meeting where Warrant Officer Sanders was informed of the complaint and the transfer. Do you have a comment to that? As to why that would be the case?
If he says he doesn't remember, I can't answer on his behalf, but as far as my recollection is, he was there in my office with Warrant Officer Sander, as far as my recollection is. So I wouldn't... Sorry?
My apologies, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. And in fact, there is a letter addressed to him appointing him as the acting district commander for that period, signed by you.
Acting what?
Provincial commander. I get the titles wrong. I'll start again. You appointed him acting provincial commander for the period Brigadier Nyuswa was on leave, which is the period of when this complaint was received and acted upon.
Commissioners,
before
I respond, sorry.
Just to explain, to assist you, and that would be found at CJC 290, page 1106. That would be the last bundle.
I must close the first one.
You may for the moment.
It's at page 1106.
1106. My numbering correct?
I can confirm on 1107, this is my signature.
Yes.
And although I might have seen this document by then, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm seeing it for the first time here. I want to just put it on record, but it's him, Colonel Jacobs. Colonel G. Jacobs.
And you appointed him to act in that period, January to sometime in February?
The date of appointment, it says, from 29 January until 18 February 2024.
Yes. So I didn't quite understand. What are you seeing for the first time in the commission?
I'm saying by then, in the 22 January 2024, because I've attached my signature, I might have seen this document by then, I confirm. But for the purpose of me coming to talk about it on the commission, I've just seen it now.
Okay. But now, on seeing it, it jolts your memory. It's your signature, you definitely did appoint him.
Absolutely correct. It's
Indeed.
my signature. Is Colonel Jacobs, who was appointed to act in that period, which confirms my evidence in chief.
And I point these out to you because in his evidence, as I say, pages 223 to 226, firstly, he says he doesn't know who was acting in that period. He discounts the possibility it was him. He testified that he did not know of when Warrant Officer Sander was temporarily suspended, transferred is the word, as you testified. And he categorically denied that he was a part of that meeting. I'm inviting you for a comment because earlier today you testified that you instructed him to call Warrant Officer Sander to your office, at which you informed Warrant Officer Sander of all these developments and the complaints and the decision taken. Do you have a
Commissioners, I'm not, just pardon me with respect, I don't want to answer issues of Colonel Jacobs, but my answer is, this letter was signed by me, he was there. If he denied it or whatever, please allow me not to respond upon his answers or whatever. But this letter was signed by me. I testified earlier under oath, I'm still under oath, that I called him because he was acting to come with Warrant Officer Sander to my office. And that is where I effected this letter on page 475.
General Sinona, I believe the letter is being produced to point out that it supports your version.
I thank you very much
for that purpose. So I think your counsel nods because he appreciates. So you're not being caught out. It's simply to confirm that what you told the commission this morning, the commission has obtained a document that is favorable or supports your version.
Okay, sir.
In fact, General, I think you should also be alerted that, at least according to my note, Warrant Officer Sander does put Jacob in the room. He says Jacob was present when you called him in.
As far as my recollection, yes, Commissioners.
And staying then on that complaint, which we have attached as LSF 5, you deal with that at your paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement. And you recall that we looked at the documents relating to that complaint and how it was handled, just shortly.
You said paragraph?
Paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement, the statement we dealt with this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, that's where you introduced this complaint.
Yes, Commissioner.
It might help, perhaps, if we go, maybe let me pose my question, we may have to go there. At paragraph 18, bottom of page 8, you state, no, that's the middle of that paragraph, you received an email from General Libea or Major General Suraj Bali, I apologize if I mispronounce, directing your office to engage with the complaint. Then you, further down to the bottom of the page, you state, I later received a further instruction from Major General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of the email. I point this out to you because the documents we have just looked at, starting with the complaint itself of 5th of February 2014, in that email chain, I cannot find where Major General Suraj Bali instructed you to place Warrant Officer Sanda on temporary place him in another post. I don't have that email. I have a series of all these emails, starting with a complaint instruction to you and progress reports from time to time. But that particular email where General Suraj Bali so instructs you is not to be found. Are you able to explain, perhaps?
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all I'm saying, I was complying with the directive from national office. I cannot fail to comply with the directive from head office.
Okay.
Because that might result to a serious misconduct or disregarding instructions of your senior.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda was not entirely your decision. You were acting on the instruction of head office to temporarily place him in another post.
Correct. It is not the suspension.
Oh, I
it
do
is the
apologize.
temporary placement pending the outcome of the investigation.
I'll restate that. So that temporary placement was not your decision. You executed an instruction from
Correct.
General Suraj Bali.
Remember, commissioners.
I'm trying to understand what you are
Yeah.
saying, so I don't misquote you.
I'm clarifying to you,
Please do. Thank you.
Council. Commissioner, at National Office DPCI, in the office of the national head, there is a post called executive support at the level of a major general. The national head of the DPCI does not sit and write letters and do correspondences and everything. The person holding this post will do those type of correspondences and everything through the directive given by the national head. It's like, I'll give you an example. In my previous office, I can't call it my office now because I'm placed on suspension. I'm having a staff officer. I will tell a staff officer, let's compile a letter to do 1, 2, 3. The staff officer will type the letter, bring it to me, and then I will read it. When I'm happy, I will sign it. It goes out to wherever it's supposed to be going. So here, I did receive that directive, and I did comply with it.
So the directive, on this explanation you are giving and the position of this Major General, the directive then would have come from General Libya, not from this person, if all she is, or he is an executive assistant to General Libya.
Ordinarily, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. I agree because...
So the correct way to read, or how you should have expressed it, if what I'm saying is correct, what you should have said, or what you would have said is, I later received an instruction from General Libya. And if you like, you could have added through Major Suraj Bali, but the instruction has to be from General Libya, not the Major General, because she doesn't have authority to give you instructions.
Commissioner Valoy, you are 100% on the dot.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for not wording it properly and causing this confusion for the Commission, but you are 100% on the dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps if we go to page 103 and 104 of the same file, we still have the same challenge whether the instruction came from Major General Suraj Bali or General Lebeya, because that email chain does not reflect such. If you go to page 1003 and 1004, that email correspondence starts at page 1004, and as you know, with email threads, we read from the back. There is the complaint dated the 5th of February on page 1004. And on the same date, Major General Suraj Bali directs this to you with a request that your office engage with the complainant and to provide feedback. If you go to 1003, then it's subsequent communication up until the 29th of February 2024. And nowhere in that chain of emails is there an instruction that Warrant Officer Sanda be placed on, or be temporarily transferred. You do confirm that's the case?
I confirm on this document it's not there,
Yes.
but as far as my recollection, I was given that instruction and an email was sent to me. So why it is not here, I am unable to assist the Commission, but it was given.
Thank you. To the extent that it exists and we have not been provided, I'm sure the Commission can address a request to Major General Suraj Bali or her office to provide it.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay, can I just check? I mean, if the instruction, if you were acting on the instruction from head office, which is General Lebeya, surely the decision to restore or to return General Warrant Officer Sanda to Soki, as you say you gave that instruction, could also not be your decision, because first you removed him on the basis of an instruction we have established now. It would have been an instruction from General Lebeya. That's how you placed him somewhere else. The return, it seems to me that the overturning of that instruction also has to be based on an instruction from head office. And in your evidence earlier, you didn't speak that way. You spoke as it being your decision when certain circumstances happened. You made the decision that he should be returned. Can you just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner Valoy. There are issues that necessitate certain actions, as the Commissioner was talking to me. Instruction was that placed him temporarily elsewhere until the finalization of the investigation. But as we were proceeding, the investigations were proceeding, we could see that from where I've seen the last reports, I think, the challenges that we had, whatever was found, and then I took it upon myself. I didn't go back and request that, can I place him back? I took it upon myself to place him back. I didn't request. Maybe I might have contravened the senior's instruction in doing so, but I took it upon myself as the investigation was progressing, because the instruction was pending the outcome of the investigation.
Okay.
Before we leave this, I think it was Brigadier Nyusa General who said he came to you with a request from Warrant Officer Sanda that he should be returned to his previous position. And you did not want him returned to his previous position. You wanted him to go to the Economic Crimes Unit. And he never asked you for reasons why. He just accepted your decision. And I think, to be fair to you, I must put that to you. so that you can respond to it, because it obviously contradicts the version you are giving today.
Commissioner, even if you say it contradicts my version, me, I'm telling you the truth. To supplement that, I'm telling you the truth as far as my recollection can. Earlier I indicated that Colonel Jacobs, I called him to bring Sander. You assisted me with the letter here. Now, I'm saying, I don't recollect Brigadier Nyusa coming and telling me that Sander requested to be placed back. Because at some stages, a decision needed to be taken there, and commissioners. So him saying Sander requested to be transferred back, no. I recall saying to Brigadier Nyusa that the member must be taken back to Soki. And then when we talk about Soki, serious organized crime, the provincial commander who is responsible for serious organized crime units, which are 5 in the province, is Brigadier Nyusa. So if he decided to place him at the EPR, he should have provided reasons why he did that. Because I must say, we comply with instructions, and if you are not happy with it, you comply and complain. That is the culture of the police. You comply, then you can put a complaint if you are not happy with it. And I want to also indicate that I'm still under oath, then it's just that I'm being probed with this. If members are not treated fairly, like Warrant Officer Sanders said before this commission, in relation to that, he was trembling on other people's toes. The correct processes to be followed, he should have went to the DPCI judge and lay a complaint.
Thank you. Let me just correct myself, just to be fair to you. This is what Brigadier Nyusa said, and I'm reading from paragraph 55 of his statement. At some point, warrant officer came to speak to me about returning to Soki. That's the correction I wanted to make. I told him that I would speak to General Sinona, who agreed that warrant officer could return to Soki, but not Sanep. General Sinona said warrant officer Sander must go to EPR.
Commissioner, allow me not to respond to Brigadier Nyusa's issues because I don't have that type of an affidavit. The one I'm having when I respond to the questions on 10.6, I will demonstrate what transpired there with Brigadier Nyusa. But I do not recall me telling him that he must go to EPR. It's me who took a decision to put him at supply chain. I was instructed to place him somewhere pending the finalization of the investigation. I agree, it's me who wrote that letter that you be placed here. But when we say going back to your office, interchanging things, it's not me. Because we can't transfer people without the authority. The person who's got the authority to transfer people is the national head.
Can I say, though, that if what happened is as you describe it, which is there was an investigation around allegations of drugs, that Warrant Officer Sander is involved in the distribution of drugs, and you say, as far as you know, that investigation has not been concluded, as in he wasn't cleared. It would be strange to me that when you say he must come back to Soki, you actually are happy for him to go back to Sanep. It would be very strange to me that you have referred to what you say is a very serious complaint, and on the face of it, of that email, it does look like a serious complaint. And then head office, you say, says to you, remove him pending investigation. That investigation, we see from the last progress report, it does not clear him. It's simply, the only reference it makes to that allegation is we try to get hold of the complainant, and we haven't found the complainant. We have emailed the complainant, and then it then discusses his holding interest in other companies, and that's you recommend he be disciplined for that. Nothing to do with the original complaint. So as per that report, he's not cleared. And your evidence earlier in the day was that investigation, as far as you know, is still continuing. It's strange to me and inconsistent, the inconsistent that you would be happy for him to return to SANEP when he's got this serious allegation against him. And my saying it's inconsistent is to lead to the probability that it suggests is that you would have said he should go somewhere else because he's still the subject of investigation. Even if he returns to Soki, you wouldn't be happy for him to go back to SANEP because he's still the subject of investigation. So there is that inconsistency on your version how you dealt with this. If your version is the correct version, then it's inconsistent in how you dealt with it, that he's not cleared, and then you say, well, he can go back to SANEP. I'm okay with that, especially because you're not acting on instruction. If you were saying head office said I must take him back, then I left it to Nyuswa where to place him, I would understand. It's your decision to return him, and you say to us, he could have returned to SANEP. I don't understand it. Do you want, yeah. Do you have any comment?
I get what the commissioner is saying, but I think I remain with the explanation I've provided. I hear what you are saying. To the commissioner, it doesn't make sense. But as we are continuing with an investigation, you see the complainant it cannot be reached out. You see, you are able to make a deduction as things are going forward, as the investigation is unfolding. So maybe to the commissioner, it does not make sense. But to me, at that stage, it made sense that he must go back. And I must also bring it to your attention, commissioners, that in terms of the capacity of human resources, we have a serious shortage in the DPCI. So I took that decision, and then if I made a mistake, I will accept my mistake. But I did take that decision, Commissioner.
Maybe then, thank you for that. It's your answer. Thanks, General. Maybe then we can't complete this discussion without putting this to you for your comment. Warrant Officer Sander, you obviously have followed his evidence. That's why you're able to quote his engagement with Commissioner Khumalo. So you would be aware that where he spoke about this issue, he mentioned also that, and it was on probing when he said I was stepping on people's toes. He mentioned that he lodged a complaint, about exhibits getting lost against certain people, and he had listed in that complaint, I think the specific person was, I don't remember his title, but Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that complaint, the document that is before the commission, there's a whole list of people who he says they came in, removed an item from the exhibit room, and then later on it's not fully accounted for. Now, the main person, Hussein, I think was disciplined for that. But in the long list, there are a number of people that I don't remember, but one of them, I suppose it stood out because the person came to testify. It's Colonel Jacob, one of the people against whom he was saying they took exhibits out, and the next thing, those exhibits were not fully accounted for. Did you become aware of that complaint against, maybe the general complaint about the loss of exhibits that was laid by Colonel Sander before he was removed from this position to supply chain?
Commissioner, I am aware that there was a warrant officer who was charged, who received exhibits, who was supposed to send them to forensic, and he never sent them. He did whatever he did with them, and then an investigation was conducted. That person was charged criminally. I am aware of that person, but the list of people that the complaint was laid against, I can't remember now, because all I'm aware of is this one person who was criminally convicted, and also consequence management was done by the line manager against that same person.
Do you become aware that that complaint was laid by Warrant Officer Sander? I'm just trying to find out how much you knew about that complaint.
I can't remember that one, Commissioner, whether it was by him or they established it when they did the inspections there. I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Just to close up on that, and based on your testimony that you actually supported his return to his previous post, Soki Saneb, would you, today as you sit here, if you are able to, would you support and motivate for his return to his previous post? That's Warrant Officer Sander. Or have you changed your mind from when you first supported that return?
As far as I'm sitting here, I don't have authority to be a policeman.
It's not
There's
authority.
nothing I can do.
I'm not asking you about authority, General. I'm just inquiring whether, if you had the scope to, would you support and motivate for his return?
I won't have a problem that he goes there, because I said he must go back to Soki. My understanding was to his post, because when you are placed at a specific area, you have a post number over and above the issue of your service number, but there is a post reference number to each and every member.
Is it fair to take it when you say you would not have a problem, you mean yes, you would motivate if you could?
Look, this investigation against him is almost 2 years, as the commissioners also advised me. And nothing at this stage positively came out in relation to that investigation. Yes, I won't have a problem if he goes back there.
Okay. Then the other issue that you wanted to, and I'm moving off this topic, the other issue you wanted to engage with during your free time was related to statements by Colonel Prinsloo, I hope I have the rank right, which you said he made shortly after the theft, you recall. You deal with that at your paragraph 12.1 and 12.2. I have extracted two of his statements. They are both dated November 23 and 25th, respectively. You should have a blue folder, a small folder in front of you. I have showed you these documents during the tea break. These are the documents that you want to have regard to, correct? The first one you will see.
In the blue folder.
The little blue folder, there are two documents.
It looks like there's one.
There should be at the top there, one should read in manuscript A24 and the other one A25.
We don't have A24.
It's just.
I also have A24. But this is the correct one. Oh, this A24 is the correct one.
A24 is the correct one.
Yes,
I think in copying, you actually then should have two bundles. They put them in separate sleeves, but he maintains that it's A24 you want us to have regard to.
Correct, Commissioners.
Is this the one in respect of which you were referencing paragraph 7, General?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right.
So we have A24, then take us to paragraph 7 and highlight what you wanted to address.
Sorry for interruption.
Go ahead, General.
Can I go ahead?
Please.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioners that while the mind of this colonel was fresh, when we look at paragraph 7, the pages are not numbered. But he said, during the looting in July, I received a call from the district commissioner. Pardon me for not calling the name. To inquire if our dockets are secured, as there was widespread looting on the coast. I informed her that they were secured. I then informed her that we had a large quantity of drugs stored in the office, and I requested that VISPOL members patrol after hours. This paragraph, when I look at the statement that the Commission has given us, I've never came across anywhere where the Colonel is talking to this paragraph. Then the next paragraph that I wanted to address the Commissioners is paragraph 10 of the same statement. Maybe before paragraph 10, let's check paragraph 8. My glasses are running away. Paragraph 8 is line 1, 2, 3, 4, from the bottom of paragraph 8, Commissioners. General Senona requested us to have regular visits to the office after hours. I think I testified previously with regard to this. I read it on record. The members then left, so I wanted that sentence to come again on record. Then we go to paragraph 10. He says, on 2021-11-0, did I say paragraph 10 in my statement?
Yes, you say paragraph 10, you say so at your paragraph 12.2. Where you reference Lieutenant Brigadier Naika and warrant officers.
Yeah, I think I might have made a mistake regarding the paragraph, but I want to look for it. There is a paragraph that he talks about. I said he never informed. Maybe I made a mistake. Apologies for that, Commissioners.
No, if I may assist, and that's where the confusion arose and it was necessary for me to talk to you. That paragraph 10 is not in that statement, is in the second statement now.
Okay.
Where reference is made to Brigadier Naika and the 2 warrant officers.
Yeah, but
you have the second statement.
I don't have it here before me.
At paragraph 10, that's where it's introduced.
Sure.
Your supplementary statements reads as if they come from the same document, but
Commissioners,
it's different document.
There is a problem here. When you look at the both statement 825 and 824, for me it looks like it's the same, but when you go to paragraph 10, there are 2 paragraph 10s. My paragraph 7, I think I made a mistake when I say 824 is the correct one. Look at paragraph 7 of 825. It's exactly the same narrative on both statements. I think I'm picking up an error here that I confirm that this is the correct statement, but the one I was referring to, I want to correct that. It should be this 825, not 24.
Okay.
And apologies for that, Commissioners.
For the record, 824 is dated 23/11/2021. That's the last page. You see that? 825 is dated 2 days later, and that is 25/11/2021. Now, I pulled up both because they are 2 days apart, and you said it's a statement made shortly after the theft.
Correct,
Yes.
Commissioners. I still maintain that it's shortly after the incident.
I don't have an issue with that. So,
Thank you very much.
So we settle on 825.
Yeah, when we read paragraph 10 of 825,
Yes.
it talks to what I've testified about in that on the, can I read it on record, Commissioners?
Yes, General.
On 2021-07-29, Brigadier Naika visited Port Shepstone as he needed to inspect certain SANAP dockets. He was accompanied by 2 members of Pretoria Soki SANAP. I'm not going to say their names. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my offices, and it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. I informed the Brigadier that I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
I note, can I take you back to your statement, which is what led us to 825, and in particular 12.2. You set that up as a complaint at paragraph 12.2 of your supplementary statement.
Paragraph?
12.2.
Yes, Commissioners.
And at page 5 of this supplementary statement, you conclude that by saying my office never received any report or feedback concerning such a visit or inspection.
Correct.
And you reference paragraph 10.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, my question is, what relevance does that inspection have to the drug bust?
If you read it, they are talking about the drugs here. These drugs that are stored there is the drug bust, is the very same drug, alleged cocaine.
But the inspection is in regard to certain SANEB dockets.
But can I read a sentence here, Commissioners?
Yes, please.
1, 2, 3, the third line. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my office. That is the reference I'm making.
Is that an inspection?
No.
You call it an inspection at 12.2. That's my confusion, General.
Remember, I might have made a mistake in compiling this, but all I'm trying to bring to the attention of the commissioners is that this brigadier was there, and Prince Law confirmed it, he was there. He came with 2 warrant officers to do inspections on certain SANAP cases.
Yes.
Over and above that, they went aside and discussed the issue of the storage of drugs that were there. And he never informed the commission while he was here.
Just so that I understand, is your point that other people came to know about the drugs and the fact that they were stored
exactly,
at the
Commissioners. Absolutely true. And how they happened to know, I
Prince
do not
told
know.
them, is that?
Yes. I do not know, because he should have informed. You know, when we come here, we say we want to tell the truth. We take an oath. But people choose to say certain things and choose to withhold others. But here, when in his statement that the commission gave us, the one he compiled for the commission purposes, he's not talking about these 2 warrant officers. He's talking only about the brigadier. Why are you putting these ones aside? For what good reason?
But the same thing could be said about the SAP 13 people at the Port Shepstone police station. Because if these exhibits had to be logged or recorded on the 23rd in the book, the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, then it means anybody who has access to that also knows that the drugs are stored at the DPCI Port Shepstone office.
Commissioner, it is possible, but if you book things, you sign for them. In the SAP 13, when I try to recollect, it's either you take them to forensic or what. I don't know what they wrote there, but what you are saying is probable.
I just want clarity on a response you gave to my co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner Kumalo asked if you are saying it must be, is it Colonel Prinsloo, who may have informed Brigadier Naika about the presence of the suspected cocaine. I thought you said yes. Did you say yes to that?
I didn't get the question, Commissioner, please.
I'm saying in response to a question by Commissioner Kumalo as to whether you were saying it's Colonel Prinsloo who may have told Brigadier Naika about the presence of the drugs there. I understood you to be, or rather, did you say yes in response to that? I'm asking that because I would find a yes to be strange, because Colonel Prinsloo says here, it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. So So it's more about what Brigadier Naika knew, which appears from this not to have had anything to do with Prinsloo. That is
Correct, Commissioner.
yeah, in this paragraph 10, there is no
Yeah.
suggestion that it was Colonel Prinsloo who told or who might have told Brigadier Naika that there's suspected cocaine in here.
No.
So your answer, your correct answer to Commissioner
It's not-
Kumalo would be no, that's not what you were saying.
Yes, it's not the Colonel Prinsloo who informed
Yes.
Brigadier Naika,
Yes, yes.
because I'm talking out of this paragraph.
Yes.
Prince-
I thought I should clarify that
Okay.
because I thought maybe you might have misunderstood
Oh.
Commissioner Kumalo's question.
Yes, Commissioner. It's Colonel Prinsloo who says Brigadier Naika talked to him aside
About
and inform him about the consignment.
Yes.
That is it still here?
yes,
Now,
and then Colonel Prinsloo made the observation that it was clear that he knew it was stored by us.
correct, Commissioner. Now, all I'm trying to highlight to the commissioners to assist them is that although immediately after the incident of the theft, this is what happened. He doesn't say the brigadier, when he was there, he came with 2 warrant officers. Now the question is, I'm saying there's a probability that also these 2 warrant officers might have knowledge of it, because he was traveling with them. Now, why he never informed the commission, I don't know, but I'm just putting it before the commission. It's like paragraph 7. He never informed the commission about what transpired between himself and the district commissioner. He never informed the commission. And the question is, why? Because in his evidence in chief, Commissioner.
Oh, you finished the sentence,
Okay.
General.
In
Finish the
his-
sentence.
In his evidence in chief, he said he reported over and over the issues of the safety to Brigadier News. But he said if he reported it to head office, he was going to be charged and this and this and this and that.
At some point, you should stop because I see that your counsel wants to say something.
Okay. No, thank you.
No, Chair, I just wanted to assist whether I think the confusion came from. Is where the Chair is saying that he said yes to that question. He didn't. He said,
No. I was correcting.
You were just corrected,
I was
okay.
correcting what came out of the engagement between Commissioner Kumalo and the General.
Yes.
And I think I captured what's in the statement correctly, because indeed the General confirmed what I was suggesting to him, which comes directly from the statement.
No, 100%. But what doesn't come from the statement you did premise it by saying maybe you are mistaken, that he had said yes, it was Prinsloo. He didn't say that. He said I don't know.
I thought it did so much that
he didn't.
even
No, I think what happened, Mr. Mpofu, is there was a quick exchange and there was a yes and I don't know.
And maybe
both
they were both,
were
but
said,
the
but it
answer
has
was
since
I don't
been
know.
clarified.
I think that's where the confusion stems from. He never suggested that it must be Prinsloo who had...
Mr. Mpofu, I will tell you this. I understood, which is why I even sought the clarity. I understood that the General could never have meant to say that. That is exactly why I just wanted to put that beyond question. Thank you.
Chair, I'm aware of the time, but perhaps just to close on this issue so we can put away these particular documents. If I could invite the General once again to your paragraph 12.2. And for the record, I think now we have resolved the issue of paragraph 10. For the record, you accept that the visit by Brigadier Naika and the 2 officers and the failure to provide your office with any report back or any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspection is irrelevant for purposes of this commission. That, because the purpose of their visit was to inspect certain SANEP documents.
It is not irrelevant, commissioners.
Okay.
It is relevant because for example, here is a department. In a province, you have a provincial commissioner. And then inspectorate from head office sent a delegation to inspect one of your police stations. Even if they don't do everything, they do specific things. They must give you a report so that whatever shortcomings has been identified, you must be able to deal with that. It is relevant because the commission is probing allegations of corruption, interference. What is the other one? Interference, corruption in the criminal justice system. So this paragraph, for me, is very much significant. And a person from Pretoria comes and tells a person at Port Shepstone about the storage. I'm making this statement for the commissioners to take note of that. I'm not saying any suggestion or whatever, but that is the relevancy. Thank you, commissioners.
General, that's why much earlier when you were reading, I asked you, what in fact is this paragraph about? Because I was trying to understand, what are you seeking to convey? Is it just a complaint about, I didn't receive a report, and that's all it is? In which case, the evidence leader would be correct to say, but it's not relevant. But if there's more to the complaint that you didn't receive a report, or to the fact that you didn't receive a report, if there's more to it, if you're saying more than just that, then we need to understand. I say this mindful that the last thing you say is, I'm not suggesting anything. I leave it to the commission. Then it's not, if there is an underlying text to your complaint that I didn't receive a report, I think, and you think that underlying text is relevant to terms of reference, I think it is helpful to the commission that you say what it is, what is the text behind those words. Much earlier you said Prinsloo doesn't say anything about this visit. The question is why. And I thought that the question is why may well be really what you want to speak to. And I had intended to ask you, what's your suggested answer to the why, so that we know what we are working with. If we need to probe it further with another witness, then we do that. Otherwise, on its face, it looks irrelevant on its face until you tell us what, in fact, are you conveying about it.
Commissioners, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right.
Let us adjourn and resume at 13:15.
Chair.
You
it's
14:15.
you.